the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky Rebellion in the 17th century, but for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So it was a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangements of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
I have like a Better Call Saul attorney. Anyways, I've been practicing little spells. They're called glamour spells to try to make me more beautiful, try to influence people around me. So I'm going to cure William's shoulder as soon as we get off air. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's my left one, so we can't accidentally do my right one or something. Okay. The left one is what I really need more on. Keep open it. You gotta be 100% because if you're gonna be on RuPaul's Drag Race, you gotta be able to sex.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, whom we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations that are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I, here living in the 21st century, have at my moment's reach, books that 500 years ago most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in the terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the temple era, second temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah. And this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century. And then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things that they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim. But that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, well, what exactly are the Acharonim now? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it, and I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say three things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that core text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. That's also, I think, very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's an interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. Like when I went to yeshiva, I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim. The Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Acharonim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we were reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities, whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of the Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? Also, by the way, he's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, and other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, whose work clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halakha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever, anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Chanukiah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to be what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow, and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Aharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Aharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Aharonic like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing or getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, but if you could be one, baby Jesus, baby Moses. Cheers now. Off the grid. I can be Moses. Oh, cool. I think you'll be Moses. You worked the Red Sea.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on our discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual, literary, religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there, and so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population there. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity, but of the Ottoman Empire activity. So you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Sfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Sfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Sfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Sfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Sfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And let's just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means to be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the word lekabel, to receive, in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period, and we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. That is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate publicly in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular, south of France, to develop new ideas of mystical appreciation of God and the universe. And one of the sort of elements that derives from it, perhaps most systematically, is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here is the diagram shown here, in a inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere, like we have in English, something which is, round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. And I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. the terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keta means the crown. Chachma Bina means wisdom, understanding, and we can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on will go back well into the ancient period. Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see here, for example, this is a classic Cordoverian description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you'll see that each of these different colors and symbols represent a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spheroid that I showed you a moment ago. But we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video, but just giving you a sense of what it is that they talk about when they talk about Kabbalah. So in Spot, you had
what's going on?
Remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply.
What happened?
Oh my God. I told him that, bro, like, this is crazy. Like, I have to hear everything. I told him what was happening. And then I texted this guy back, and I just tried to call him. He's not answering, so I guess I'm just gonna fucking sit here, and I think that's what I was gonna do anyways, but I'm just a little bit shook and moved.
Can you get to a homeless shelter?
If he decides to take me, I really don't want to call 311 and fucking, I don't even know what street I'm in. Like, I can drop the pin.
All right, you should do that. Don't rely on this person. Drop the pin, call 311, get a ride there.
Okay, but then that leaves me in a shelter, and I don't have an ID, and I need to get a job.
Okay, that's fine. They can help you with that. They can get you in touch.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
They cannot.
Yes, they can. They can.
But they can't.
They can get you in touch with a social worker, and the social worker can give you a pass so that you don't have to pay to get an ID. And you can get an ID, and then you can get your life in order.
I'm just confused as to why it has to go this way.
I'm not sure why it does, but it does. And you need to get your life in order. So the first thing you need to do is drop a pin, find out your location, then you get 311 to come pick you up. They'll take you to a homeless shelter. At the homeless shelter, you need to say, I need a social worker when you have an opportunity. You'll get one tomorrow. When you see the social worker, you say to them, I don't have an ID. Let me finish. I don't have an ID, and I need one. Can you please give me a voucher so that I can go to the DMV and get an ID without any money?
Okay, so let me tell you what I don't have the mental, physical, or spiritual fucking energy to do. Fucking take my ass on the bus to go get a fucking ID myself, by myself, with nobody to fucking walk with me. I can't do that. It's not possible. I need a fucking caretaker. The fuck? A good idea for somebody who's capable of that, or else I would have already done it.
It's the summertime. You're able to walk. You can walk to the DMV if you need as well. But you can get bus tokens from the social worker too.
You're right, I can. But you know what? I think that recently what the fuck I just went through, besides the fact of what the fuck I just stated that I know is what the fuck I need, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. It doesn't matter where I'm at, and if I have the means to get there, I don't want to be walking anywhere fucking how many times in one lifetime? That's not what the fuck. That's not right. The fuck. Thanks for listening. Those are nice ideas. I'll use them if I have to. When I have to. The fucking place on the paper doesn't even have a fucking phone number. You look it up, it's 1 star, and you're gonna tell me that I'm about to get what I need from there? No, I'm not.
Yes.
I mean, we really wish, but I'm about to get shoved into some fucking bullshit, and then I'm gonna fucking come cry about it every day.
That's fine. I'm here to support you in any way I can. What you should do is recognize, you already recognize, I need a job, and I can't get a job without an ID. Okay, so how do we get you an ID? You go, you drop a pin, you call 311, you get a ride to the homeless shelter. At the homeless shelter, you spend the night there, you get some good food in you get some rest as best as you can, and then in the morning you get a social worker. You say to the social worker, I need bus tokens, and I need a voucher for an ID. And you can have an ID by this time tomorrow.
No, I couldn't have an ID by this time tomorrow.
Yes, you can. You just need to get a copy or a replacement one. They don't have to go through all of the rigmarole of getting you a brand new ID. You're established in their system already.
Yeah, but it's expired anyway.
Okay, that's why you can go to the DMV or to the homeless shelter. They can get you in touch with a social worker. The social worker can get you in touch with bus tokens and a voucher for a no-cost ID. You go to the DMV, you give them the voucher, and they can give you a new ID without any money, and it won't be expired anymore. And then you can get a job. You're bilingual. You're an attractive person.
No,
What do you mean you're not? You're bilingual.
not fluently for the fucking area that I live in at all.
Well, good enough. And it's not. Okay, nevertheless, you can show them that you're a hard worker, and that if you're just given a chance, you will do a good job for them. Frankly, what you really need, and I mean this, is you need to talk to talk to a social worker about getting permanent disability. Because you have some mental...
Yeah, I'll put in my fucking case for the second time. I don't need to talk to anybody about it. Thank you.
Okay.
You're right. I should have appealed it when we denied it the first time. And yes, I will wait a whole ass fucking year for that shit.
I know it takes a
Yes, I will get a parent plan, and I will add that to the fucking paperwork so that we can see that it is indeed still there. Thanks for the fucking advice that I already fucking used. I really appreciate it. At least we're on the same page, not trying to be an asshole.
I
You
understand.
don't deserve that.
Thank you. I understand that. And I know it's a really difficult to get disability. But if anybody who needs it, you do. And you should know that when you get it, that's going to be the answer. Then you don't need a job. Then you can just worry about taking care of yourself.
You know, it sounds like a good idea for a little bit, but at the end of the day, it sounds like those two words that we hate most, the G and the R word. And,
What's a G and R word?
gay and retarded. It sounds like a gay and a retarded route that I have to take because somebody fucking cut off my shit. A bitch don't need shit. A bitch is totally operating 100% fine. But this is the route that she must take. Can you just recognize that for a moment? I don't need nothing. I need the same thing that everybody else needs. But for some reason, it's really hard for me to get it. Why is that? Not because there's anything fucking wrong with me. I'll tell you that much. Okay, thanks for listening.
You're welcome.
Fucking need disability, fucking job. Thank you.
Either one. But here's the thing. Even if you get a job, you aren't mentally stable enough sometimes to be able to hold on to it.
No, I'm actually mentally stable enough all the time to hang out to my jobs. I'm the one who walks away when I'm ready for a job that has higher pay. That's a good thought, though.
Okay. Well, then get one.
Well, thanks so much for your help. Let me know if you're pregnant.
Let me. I don't. Did you say let me know if you're pregnant?
No. We already know. We already know about this. We don't need to talk about it anymore. But no, I said that I already checked Craigslist. So
No, not even that. Not even that. I get that, Audie. I get that, and that's good that you check there. But if you get with a social worker, if you get with a social worker, they have programs in which you can be placed to be able to start working quickly.
Nigga, you just ate my food and you were coming in here and laughing at the. Well, learn. Bye.
Why do you refer to him like that? Why don't you call him by his name?
Refer to him like what?
Why do you say the N word
supposed
to
to
him?
call him a nigga?
Yeah, that's his name.
Because the nigga is anybody who's fucking my people. My brother is my nigga, my cousin is my nigga, my friends are. That's how I talk. That's how we talk around here.
Okay, but I mean, don't you call people by their names as well?
Yeah, you can. I mean, why do I get called disgusting whore?
I don't know, and I don't think that's nice that somebody calls you that. You could say to the person, I'm going to call you by your name because that's your name, and try to make peace.
I don't think that has anything to do with what's going on right now.
Okay.
But I'll try it. I'm never going to say the N-word again.
Here, for example, is the famous grave of several
That's
of
great.
them located in Tzfat. You can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author, among other things, of Lecha Dodi, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the Sefirot are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into the metaphor, the clay containers of the Sefirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah Aviari. That, you know, everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have an admixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, great movie directed by C.J. Beaton. This is a picture of Joshua. As a biblical Joshua, one of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. It means to put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that was preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the deprivations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews of Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him Rabbi, like not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this new smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world. But there were many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, saying, wait a second. Unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
That's not coming from a shipping container, is it? We just have a bunch of human trafficking victims. There's no way any of those people are good singers. Can they open up the thing? Let's get on the container and start get out of there. Come on, man. We're going to take you to America's Got Talent.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe, a very large loss of life, and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. It shows
Spell it where it's right when you take that first sip. That's perfect, yes. Picture if you are about to bed. And as drunk as the water, it is hot chocolate. He sprays you down. One t-shirt contest. You win for his brow. The brows for women. Like you rinsing a cut of orange. It was wonderful, but it was a little too hot. The hot chocolate was a little too hot. It burned my mouth. But it was really good. It's hard for me to control. It's gonna have to control. You don't have to worry about that with the energy drinks being too hot, because that's always a danger for me if I'm drinking something hot is drinking it when it's still too hot. But with energy drink, they're historically cold.
Yeah, but sometimes it'll be too cold, and it'll feel like a knife is going down your throat. You're like, wow.
Yeah, do you ever drink something and like you swallowed something weird right before that, and it hurts when you drink something?
Yeah.
What is that?
Animal crackers.
Oh, after you eat the animal crackers.
Yeah, I love animal crackers. No frosting. I used to be a frosting guy, but now I'm just straight cracker.
They still come in the box.
Yes. They had a
Jail box, the little jail cell box.
I was at a secret show and they had a package of animal crackers, and it was just perfect. It's like fame is it's just a box of animal crackers.
Oh my gosh, you gotta try the small things in life.
You got lions, tigers, and bears, and gorillas. It's magical.
Barnum and Bailey's, they got really into trouble, but then they started making their cookies, and then they got out. Yeah, they let them in trouble. They gave them a little pass.
With a little bit of cream cheese frosting. Dip them in cream cheese frosting. I know where I'm going.
Oh my gosh. Where are you going?
I got a Ross. Give me some animal crackers. It's frosted over there.
Yeah, Ross, those places do have some good food things sometimes.
We find great
Ross
snacks.
dress for less.
Only not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartlands in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we have also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sich, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards in the forest and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called ROTHSCHILD at that time. Or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pirati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit, but it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe, Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns, as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to and develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. So this man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together, and in a proto-nationalist movement, led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat, Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yevon Mitsula, a quote from the Book of Psalms translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact, and in fact many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 closing notes from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there is a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really it would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews have had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you would like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
On Saturday, I tasted alcohol. One of the people who was on the show had a drink right by my. It's my blood, doesn't matter. But it was the first time I tasted alcohol in my mouth. I spit it out immediately. But it bothered me. It pissed me off.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi, very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabtai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years, there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabtai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. Print media, of course, has been circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabtai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabtai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities, and he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. One would see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon appears like this, because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabtai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Nicola Hamel, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, to rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a Messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today, there is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when you had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest-lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at some times these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah, and his, otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era in the Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist, and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health. It tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his, delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, whereas they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But, there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai Tzvi also, by the way, claims to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community, with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on, not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll. He actually invited his friends to come up, and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seems to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner. seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him, he didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously, he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove. And his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counteroffer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. Now, that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dunma, and they exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife, Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashions in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she's got exactly the same hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunma, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in the reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer, and in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see that the Dunma actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunma. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than an Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Eibesher, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Mesilat Yesharim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabtai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, your cousin's grandmother. Did she ever save your life?
Thinking as I was choking on a grape. Is that what he said?
For anything. Did this happen to you? You tell me. Yeah, it sounds like you're the one who says they can see the past.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume, that is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, we got middle part. Stuff coming out off the other side. It's about it. You think I was looking the same direction? Yes. Like just startling. Yeah. And it looks. Do you think I was supposed to look like a heart?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time where people still used words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself likes to use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna. And he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto-Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You'll recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then in New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there are, faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans, and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that the Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Sad. Well, what if we're thinking they're all dying in about 20 years, though? So does that change what you're thinking about? Yeah, it can all die back. It's for 100,000. So you would collect a $10,000 bounty on each. I mean, Brian just scalped them. So
hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Labs. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially a kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants. And there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here. But this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north. 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general. Smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Eviatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. And that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
Their whole glass busts, smashes open. The fucking car right here like slows way down, and then I just have to stop, and I had to buy their new window, obviously. But it was kind of exciting shooting out somebody's fucking window. How old are you? I don't know. I was driving, so I don't know, 16 or 17.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim, or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites psalms, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Baalei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkassim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar-Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. We found, indeed, tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Okay, thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase. And it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
There's our goal. Was it clay? Clay? Can I make it out of clay? These are a polymer resin. I remember I had a buddy named Clay. I can't remember his last name, but it was when we were tiny little boys, and he had an older sister. And the older sister came into the room, and we were like playing with toys. And I remember Clay got up on his bed.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region, in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And, there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture. Right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant or Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, 4 really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or that refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time, they weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the 3 areas of Jewish life which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Wodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatist. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is Yom Kippur? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, no, man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dino's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really looked down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales will just... At any rate, the Hasidim they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania, and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist. But the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to him, Rabbi, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles sort of every day, because it was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. that in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticize this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refuse to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching.
Seriously, folks, they look very beautiful. You've got lovely trees. The sequoia. Magnolia tree. Never watched it look too sad. Develops it where is it? Kirsten Julian Moore. No, Kirsten Dunst was too young back then. Which one's I thought it was Magnolia.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world. How does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all? Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal inward focus perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, He even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody can be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was, valuable on a religious level, but, he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and Although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Rufaro Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Mishnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend these so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzweifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, so the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzweifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
That's my impression of what they do. I can also do like South Africans, but they're not Israel. I can Black Sabbath. Oh yeah, what about Chamarrons? I'll tell you, if we had a couple more generals gathering in their messes, we wouldn't be faced with the problems we have now.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land. And although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50-odd years later. And people were like moving into cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America. And in the 19th century as well, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that. But also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was questions about whether or not they could hold public office. Some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed. That was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have the situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman and Citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tends to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate, They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period, but they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables and the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back, and from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews used to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be ruled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, like that, young Goku. This is the one role that Australians get to come and play, is the wing punt. We have many hunters and Rubbers players go, oh yeah, we get the big Polynesians. We give you strongest, most beautiful Polynesians. Yeah, they hunt. They wouldn't hunt into that. The games, maybe. That is what it looks like. I love the hunt.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now obviously that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics. It is just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution, like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volia, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Sevilla is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming, but it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. there is simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and a few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from a really interesting article published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, Sekun Sorkansakale, and Katarina Judavskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But Jewish, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant under Fonta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the South Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonist crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this, God willing, in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying, let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying, let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland here in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, a Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism, that said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We're also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. That Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents, looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with diaspora nationalists. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an Orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out, not to work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like GUINNESS Israel, GUINNESS Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of doetai, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it dort, over there, meaning in Israel. Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If you look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and Doakite, the most important party is the General Jewish Workers' Bund, BUND. That was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Pale settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card-carrying members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in these quadrants to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dugno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big in Doakite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. So they're really more interested within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important group, the Zionists. And there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, some years before, had the General World Zionist Congress, and the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionisten, the General Zionists. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, but definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists, and they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more aggressive, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, you have a very important movement, the poet.
What's good, son? Zoot, do you speak English?
Hello.
Hello, I just watched a podcast with someone from Adelaide.
From Adelaide?
Yeah, dog.
Was it a Joe Rogan podcast?
No, it was a William Montgomery podcast.
Who was the person from Adelaide?
James McCann.
Okay.
He talked
Wait, you watch every episode of Joe Rogan, have you?
No, maybe. I fall asleep during a lot of them.
You would have watched the Raka interview with Joe Rogan who was doing the long recent ones.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it like this week. Are you ready for an invitation?
My flight's nearly there.
Quit that bullshit, Zoot.
I'm on a train.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't give me this my phone's nearly dead bullshit. Get a fucking charger, power pack then. My phone's nearly dead. Kiss my fucking ass, dog. Free turn.
Understood.
Free turn, pimp. Free turn, pimp. Free turn, pimp. Good job.
Rabbi, you're so far ahead of me right now.
Perhaps. What you gonna do, Zoo?
I think that was a smart move. That was a dumb move.
No, it wasn't. I won.
Ah,
Yeah, I got you, baby. I'm the fucking Pharaoh of Moncala.
I was bad too smart. Why is there an archery invitation?
I accidentally sent it to you yesterday when I was playing with Riser.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
what's more important, short-term memory or long-term memory?
It depends why you need it. What's your goal? I won. That's 2 games in a row, baby.
What you use, short-term memory or long-term memory?
It depends. I had a friend of mine who had terrible short-term memory, but he could remember dates like a savant. Like you could ask him any celebrity's birthday, and he knew it.
I have terrible short-term memory, but I have very good long-term memory.
All right. I lost. You won. You know what's interesting? Forrest Gump. What up, pimp?
I better get off the train soon.
Okay, well, Forrest Gump is never shown driving a car, but he is shown driving a lawnmower.
What did you say?
Forrest Gump is never shown driving a car, but he is shown driving a lawnmower.
Okay. I think Forrest Gump is smarter than me.
Okay.
Aren't you back?
I didn't say anything. You're in trouble. You're in deep trouble. I won. All right. It's time for darts. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. You're up, big dog. Zoot, go. Go, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you're up. You're done.
It's not working.
Well, close it and reopen it. Close it and reopen it.
I'm not in the game. Rabbi, put me in a get for all the babies.
Well, quit that game. You're in a different game. And you're up.
Did you put me in my...
I sent it yesterday.
Rabbi, I'm gonna go.
All right, come back when you're done.
It's not working. I'll be back.
Okay, come back when you're done.
Yeah, give me like
Give me an hour or two.
You got it.
Maybe a bit longer. Maybe 3. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Definitely. I know 3 hours in Australian time's like fucking 60 hours.
Yeah, that's next week, dog.
There's kids around here. Just because you guys are low lives doesn't mean you need to pass it around. Watch your language. There's kids around here. Just because you guys are low lives doesn't mean you need to pass it around. Expectations you're trying to. Babysitter just canceled. Could you sit with Frederick tonight? Thanks. I'm used to it. I used to babysit a lot back in Hanover. Before the incident. You know, I think little Twin Girls is her favorite things anyway, right? Listen, I'm going to go out of town for the weekend. I want to take my cat. Now, I know it's an acquisition, but, you know. Okay. Well, you're really good with animals, are you? Yeah, I mean, I had lots of pets back in the day. The incident.
The support system.
Poalei Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Poalei Zion. And this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labor Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like
there she is.
Third dimension.
How are you, Miss Aquarius?
Sort of like this curved green line. And this represents the religious.
What up, girl? How are you?
Up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion.
I don't know. She
That
hasn't
leaves
talked about
out
it, but she's
a
going
huge
through
number
some
of
stuff.
Jews who still held religious values and traditional
Excellent.
Judaism was
Miss Aquarius,
sacred to them,
can you
and
give
they
me
did not
2 minutes
want
to use the restroom?
Abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in Israel. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now.
That's good.
Audie, would you like an invitation? Was that a yes? Okay. You get one. Alrighty. Invitation for 3. Miss Aquarius. Audie. Go get it, girl.
Let's go.
All right, Miss Aquarius got 8 right off the bat. Oh, perfect. Perfect spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go, Patty. Go, Patty.
Ooh.
Hey, that's very good.
She got like the same shot as you. Get the... Ooh. Not what I wanted. There you go. I'm going to get these 2, though, no doubt.
Yeah, get him.
Got him. Get it, girl. Look at you. Amazing. Miss Aquarius just got a strike.
Come on, Addie.
Audie.
Let's go.
She's going to get these 2. Let's get these 2. Go get these 2. Go get these 2. I said, let's get these 2. Go get these 2. Go get these 2. You got it.
Good. There.
Nope.
You got these three, Rabbi.
For sure.
Take this pick.
No doubt. No doubt. And oh doubt. Miss Aquarius with a huge lead. Get these three. She did. Wow. What a performance, folks. Spare, strike, spare. Spare, strike, spare. Get these four.
You got this.
Ooh, maybe.
I like how she grows. It's cute.
Get it. No. That's not good.
Come on, Rabbi. Oh, good job. I like that.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, right. It's uh-oh.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I said that's what I'm talking about. I said that's what I'm talking about.
Come on, Honey, you got this. You got this three. I believe in you.
Thank you. I need it. Oh, I need a little more. So I start this again.
Okay. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh. All right, Miss Aquarius. She's at 74, folks. That's a huge lead. Get it.
I don't know. Okay, I know Addie got it. Come on, Addie. I believe in you, Addie. You know, that is true. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh, that was really good.
Yes.
You got it. You got it. Come on. Good job. Hey.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome. Uh-oh. You got this.
That's good enough.
Oh, man. All right, I need this one.
Yeah.
Got it. Now I just need these. I just need one here.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Hey.
That's a W.
It's okay. We all want it, though. We all want it. Okay? We all want it.
I'm so sorry about that picture.
We all want it. You want only, I want everybody. We all want it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, sure. No doubt, no doubt.
Right. Right. All right, Patty. You got this. You got this. Come on, Rabbi. You got this too. Okay. Come on, Allie. You got it. You got it. You got this too.
They should make colored pins.
I know, right? Oh, get it, Rabbi.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
It's a high split.
Get these two. You can do it. There you go. You got them both, girl. That was impressive.
Thank you. Come on, Addie. You got this. You got this.
Impressive.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't think I could do this part of Sequoia.
You gotta believe it. I can't say you can't. You can. Got this.
Oh, that's big time, Miss Aquarius. It's a big score. 51. Get this one.
Nope. I got it. I knew it. Come on. Yay. Yay. Got these too. Got this.
Nice job.
See? Hey. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Hey.
Oh, big time strike, Miss Aquarius. Impressive.
Hey.
Impressive. You're going to win. No doubt. No doubt. Miss Aquarius has got that W. Ooh.
Let's go. Thank you. Let's go.
Tough split here. You can do it.
Yeah, you got this.
Do it.
That's okay.
You got it. Thank you, Rabbi. No, so it's okay.
I'll take it. I'm going to get these two.
Then you gotta get them too. You got this.
Got
Let's
'em.
go.
Got them.
Yeah.
Now here we go. I need 6.
Okay, Rabbi.
Get 6. That's exactly what I got. We tied.
Tied up. We all won. Yeah. I got my 90 win. Let's go, y'all. We
LFG.
undefeated.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. You're closing in on 100.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Y'all too. Now we gotta get Addie. We gotta get Addie motivated. All right, y'all. Good night. I love y'all. Y'all have a good one. And I will be praying for you, Addie and Rabbi. Pray for everyone.
Absolutely. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. You take care.
No problem. I'll be right here. Good night.
That's what dreams.
You too.
Right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, these are new traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Israel, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happened to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Israel does. They think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Oliver Shalom, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, a new video is happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures that you're with me for this video. And I look forward to speaking to you next. Thanks very much for watching.
They could be asking for it.
They might want it. What is it? What is it? Just like a head accessory.
You can quote Casey on that baby. So
They're asking for head necklaces. For forehead necklaces. It makes them think better. It's a blood flow thing.
I think it's like with babies, you can't tell what gender they are. And so,
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by 3 large empires, moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These 3 large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these 3 great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these 3 regions with titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its 3 neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917 we're 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that lived here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see the various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is,
How are you?
Not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing...
Was my bike on? Oh, wow.
Now it is. How you living, pimp? How are you?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Sorry, say that again.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
I'm actually doing pretty good. I was on Rumble and I was just going through a little bit of like the whole conspiracy side of things, and then I seen that your live was on there, and I'm like, okay, maybe I can ask you some questions, right? Get into some deep topics.
Sure, ask me what you'd like. I don't know if I'll be able to answer it, but go for it.
So what exactly I was looking for? I was like, hey, who really runs the world? Like, I know there's a few names, but is there more names even above these families that we do not know?
Yeah, not to my knowledge. It's a basic breakdown is Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Guggenheim, Lee. We have,
Morgans.
yeah, but they're kind of secondary. The Merovingian bloodline. We have the Reynolds, the Rockefellers, my family. We've got the Russells. We've got the Warburgs, the Vanderbilts, and the House of Windsor. That's really who runs the world. And then from there,
So you said the Merovingian
Meryl,
bloodline?
yeah, that's like basically your bloodlines of the kings and queens of Europe.
Okay. Is there still a Merovingian bloodline today, or no?
Yeah, definitely. So you could probably include Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands family in this, the Prince of Monaco, the King of Norway, basically the families that came from um, much from Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria.
That's very fascinating. Very fascinating knowing that there's still that bloodline even in this world today.
100%. And then from
So
there,
they meant to keep it. They meant to keep that bloodline going on even to like in our world after like even in today's world. They meant to keep that bloodline going on and strong, right?
yeah, I mean, any family wants their family to remain strong. Really, those 13 families that I named are generally at the pinnacle. And then from there, we have the Council of 300. Those would be families like Bill Gates. Those would be families like the House of Saud. Those would be people like, actually, Bill Gates probably is maybe in the top 1,000, maybe not even top 300. Um, we're looking at the House of Morgan. We're looking at the oh, probably the Oppenheimers, probably the Phillips family, the Pillsbury family, those types of families. So I mean, it's really it the way that I describe it to people is this: if you run a simulation of a thousand times over of the Earth, 1,000 times in a row, the same thing will occur, and that is you have a small group of people who remain in power over a large group of people. That's just how human dynamics work, at least the way that we have on Earth with limited land, limited um, resources. It's really about
How animal works, not human.
we are animals. So,
Yeah, I understand.
okay,
The most dangerous animal the world has ever seen.
100%.
Which is a cancer.
Council of 300. So is that only just 300 people that are in it?
Yeah, I mean, and their families.
Um, what else? So you said that you come from the Rockefeller bloodline.
No, Rothschild bloodline.
You come from the Rothschilds.
Correct.
Okay. Now, have you met Jacob Rothschild or no?
Well, he passed. It's a large family. So there are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us in the world. So it's not like I'm going to estates in Europe. That's just not how my family is.
So there's only one Rothschild last name in this world, and there's no like if it's Rothschild, it's Rothschild. There's no other like because I'm Acosta. There's thousands of other family names with the last name Costa, right?
Okay.
But you as a Rothschild, that's it. Like you are part of that bloodline. There's nobody outside of the Rothschild bloodline that has a Rothschild last name.
Oh, there certainly could be. I mean, there are situations where someone may have adopted the name and then gotten divorced.
Right. So you come from the Rothschilds.
I can trace my bloodline back to the Bible. I trace it to 17th century Germany. I know my grandmother's grandmother came to the United States from Germany. My family on both sides is Eastern European, from Ashkenazi roots, and we basically all Ashkenazi people can trace our lineage to four people, four women in genetically, and so that's where my bloodline is.
Okay, are you a Zionist as well?
It's a complicated question. I support.
Well, what exactly is a Zionist?
Yeah,
That's what I want to know.
That's exactly right. Generally, people consider this to be someone who supports the state of Israel, and I can tell you that when Israel is doing good, I'm the biggest Zionist on it.
Right. Would you say Israel is doing good right now?
That is not something that I generally support.
Right. So you're very humanitarian.
100%. That isn't to say that
any human.
That isn't to say I don't support.
Any human would agree with what's going on right now is not the best thing to be going on in the world. Perfect.
100%. That doesn't mean that I don't support Israel, but I don't support everything that is going on.
No, because they've definitely taken that term Zionist and demonized it a lot.
Yeah, you're right. The term Zionist means the exact opposite of what it's supposed to.
Like they throw the term Zionist like it's a violent gang type thing. Like a terrorist. Like when they say Zionist, it's almost like they're throwing them in like in a terrorist organization type shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and my stepfather, who I call my father, he's not Jewish, but he's very big into Christianity and all that type of stuff. So I'm like, so what exactly is a Zionist? And he tells me, well, do you believe in the right to having land, like the land that is yours? I said, yeah. He's like, okay, so there you go, you're a Zionist, right? But they've thrown that term into such a negative way.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp? What's up, big dog? What's going on?
You hear that Aaron is getting added to the COD game? They're adding Aaron to the COD games in Las Vegas?
No, I didn't. That's pretty cool. We'll have to start practicing. So they're gonna have like Uno tables, like they have poker tables.
Yep.
Very cool. Did you?
I do feel like making a child game for is going. Yeah. No. Right.
Well, Las Vegas needs something to get more people there, so perhaps Uno tables will help with that.
What type of tables?
Uno, the game Uno.
Oh no way! They're gonna do Uno in Las Vegas. That's pretty exciting. It's something new.
They need something because Las Vegas is pretty empty.
I wonder why that is.
It's become too expensive for the common person.
Right. That makes sense. Well, you're in the United States, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Which state?
California.
California, not bad. Have you been in California there your whole life?
Generally.
What year were you born?
What are with these questions? I was born in 1985. Where were you born? What year were you born? What's your birthday?
What time were you born?
Exactly. I was born at 3:01 in the afternoon.
Wait, what? 3:01 a.m.?
I feel like that's even a deeper question than what I'm asking.
No, I'm saying that, like, generally these are pretty personal questions. What else do you want to know?
Damn, so you don't want something else to do?
No, I did.
I'm gonna guess he's a Sagittarius. I'm gonna guess.
No,
It's not a Sagittarius.
no, 3:01 in the afternoon, as I said.
3:01 afternoon.
3:01.
I'm just 100%. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah.
So what crypto?
Yeah, don't mind me if I'm asking like too many questions. That's just how I get to know people, which is who I am.
I understand. You're willing to ask these questions. Why don't you answer the same ones of yourself?
I was born in 1996. I'm from Toronto. My family immigrated here from Portugal in the 70s. My mother was born in Mozambique in Africa, but they got kicked out after the war because they didn't want no more Portuguese people there. So from there, they went back to the Azores, the islands of Portugal, and then from there, they immigrated here to Canada.
Beautiful. How's Canada?
Wow, that's a loaded question.
Okay, I mean, I don't mean it to be a loaded question. Do you enjoy Canada? Is it nice?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense of like multiculturalism and experiencing different types of cultures and the types of people, like it's flooded with a lot of cultures, right?
Right. Toronto's
Which
the
is
most
very
Toronto's the most diverse city in the world, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
Toronto's the most diverse city in the world, right?
The most diversity, yes, but what I think an issue is when you have a certain ethnic group of people that are completely getting flooded in to Canada, and they don't even get taxed as much as we get taxed. Because I found out now a lot of these immigrants that are coming to Canada are actually getting paid more than Canadians with our tax dollars. So, a handful of them are getting paid $80,000 a year, and a free house and a free car. Right? Well, it's not necessarily free because the Canadians are paying for it, and I think that's a pretty big problem.
Who are these people?
Indians.
Oh, okay.
Right? And they're being flooded like hundreds of thousands a month, possibly.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a pretty big problem. Like, Canada is a very beautiful country, but seeing how our government is working, especially Mark Carney and Justin Trudeau, these people are globalists. They don't care about the Canadians. They don't care about Canada. They just want to come in here, do what they're being told to do, most likely from the World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab is directing them like, yo, you're going to do this to Canada. And sadly, it's happening, right? Slowly, day by day. You know, they want us all within our cities. They don't really want us all to be traveling from where I'm from, which is a city outside of Toronto, driving to Toronto, right? And there's a mall in Brampton where I live, where it's called Shoppers World. It's been there since the beginning, pretty much almost in Brampton. And they're tearing it all down and turning it into like in Toronto, you have all the big designer brands like Gucci, Prada, Versace, all of that. What they're trying to do with this mall, which is down the road from me, is break it all down and turn it into like a huge designer complex. You know, like $1 million worth apartments and all that, just so we don't have to leave Brampton and go to Toronto for it. And then on top of that, they're building 15-minute cities
Right.
within us.
Right.
So everywhere we go, we're not going to have to drive on the highway to go to Toronto anymore. If we want to go get some designer and some high luxury stuff, it's now going to be here in Brampton. And on top of that, they're building an what's it called, a light railway train? So it's like a super fast train that they're building from the end of Mississauga to Brampton, which only takes 15 minutes. By car, it's like 25 minutes to get there. But you can take this train from the end of Mississauga to Brampton in 15 minutes. And where that mall is being built is where the end of that 15-minute train is, right? So their whole plan is to try to trap us within our own city so we don't have to drive anymore.
That's true.
It's pretty scary.
There are aspects of it that are scary. I'm in agreement with you on that.
And I remember driving to Toronto, there would be at least, I would have to say, 4 lanes going towards there and 4 lanes going back. They have now reduced the lanes to 2 lanes each now, heading towards Toronto off the Gardner. So that's a pretty, and it's nothing but non-stop traffic. So they're reducing our lanes as well.
Okay, have you ever thought of immigrating from Canada somewhere else?
I'd like to say Portugal, because that's where my family's from. But even looking over there, I feel like the western part of Europe are getting pretty much like blocked by the World Economic Forum as well. So at this point, I'm starting to think, hey, so where else can I go that's not WEF influence, right?
Right.
So that's a tough one. I still got to do some more research in that. But if all comes to worse, then Portugal, like whatever. I'll live a simple life, have some espressos, and kick a ball around and go to the beach. Whatever, I'll take that.
Not too bad of a life.
No, it's a very simple life. It's very, and as much as I like being in Canada here, as much as I know there's lots of opportunities, and I want the Lamborghini, I want the $2 million home, all of that, something to show for. As I get older, I'm looking at Portugal, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll be an old person in Portugal. I'll live a simple life because this is just too exhausting.
Very well. Can you get Portuguese citizenship?
Yes, I can because both my parents are from there, and my grandparents as well.
Excellent. Well, then that should make it easier, right?
You know what? It's easier said than done because we have a consulate here in Toronto. I keep saying here in Toronto, like I'm from there, which is only like a 40-minute drive from where the city I'm actually is. There's a Portuguese consulate there if you want to go get your Portuguese citizenship. I've had people I've known gone to the consulate, and they were giving anybody who would want their citizenship a very, very hard time.
Why is that?
Almost like they don't want. I think it's almost because they don't want you to get your Portuguese citizenship.
Okay, why were they giving them a difficult time?
Maybe because they don't want people. Even if you are Portuguese but born in Canada, I think they just don't want us to come over there. But there has been success stories because yes, it's still a consulate. Yes, you could still go get it, but the amount of barriers, there's barriers to get to that point. It's not like you could just go in and blah 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 get your citizenship. They make it very hard for you to get it.
Like, what do you have to do?
That one I'm not too sure exactly. It's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of getting your grandparents' marriage certification. It's a lot of making sure that who you're gonna be with in Portugal as well. Proof of you having family in Portugal. Just paperwork, and you have to learn the language. Depending on who you are. Because my cousin, she went to go fill it out, but both her parents were born here.
Okay.
Even though she does have Portuguese blood, but because her parents were born here, in order for her to obtain her citizenship, she needs to learn how to speak Portuguese. But because my parents come from Portugal, I don't have to learn how to speak Portuguese.
That's very interesting. And they make it really difficult. I mean, who's going to have access to their grandparents' marriage certificate?
You'd be lucky enough if you could. And I'm very blessed to have all four of my grandparents alive here in Canada in a 15-minute range from me.
That makes it a lot easier. Right.
What's that?
That makes it a lot easier if they're alive.
Well, 100%. And I'm very grateful at the fact that I have my dad's parents alive still, and I have my mom's parents alive still.
Well, that's great, thankfully. So, can't you just go to them, or can't your cousin go to them and just be like, hey, I need your marriage certificate?
See, this is where it gets complicated because now you're going to have to get. Now, I don't know what my cousin's situation is. So, pretty much, to break it down, my grandfather, who I'm living with right now, for the sake of the argument, let's just say he had an affair with my grandmother. I don't know the legitimacy behind that, but he was a pimp. He was a G back in the day, so he did his thing as a man, and ended up having another daughter, which is my mother's half sister. Now we don't even know where the half sister is. So my cousin has no idea where her mom is, only where her dad is, and that's where it all gets tricky for her. So it's obviously a lot more harder for her than it is for me because there's so many empty blocks that cannot be filled. But she's still trying.
Right, I see. Yeah, that does make it, unfortunately, more difficult.
Right. As opposed to me, I got my mom, I still have my dad, I got my grandparents, I got my other grandparents. But her kind of family tree is very broken up. So her process to get that citizenship is a lot more difficult than it would be for me.
Very interesting. Yeah. Well, fortunately for you, it's pretty clear cut, and maybe you wouldn't have as much difficulty at the consulate as she did because you could just be like, hey, my grandparents immigrated from Portugal. I can bring them in if you need. I can give you their marriage certificates. I can bring my parents in.
The paperwork, their passports, their Portuguese citizenships, all of that. It's literally right there for me. So yeah, you're right.
And probably best to do that while they're still alive. I mean, I'm not saying they're going anywhere tomorrow, but eventually. So just get that stuff in order and then get your Portuguese citizenship, move back whenever you have the opportunity, and then eventually perhaps have a place to retire.
100%. And I think Portugal is definitely the place to retire as well.
Definitely. It's basically one of the most sought after locations in the world.
Very much so, historically.
Right. I don't know much about Portuguese history. I mean, I know some. One thing that's fascinating to me, though, that I think a lot of people don't know or maybe aren't as educated is how much of a power, not just how much Portugal was, but specifically what kind of city the city of Lisbon was before. I believe it was a 18th century tsunami destroyed most of the city. Are you familiar with this?
No, not at all. This is very beautiful.
Yeah, so let's get our facts. I'm really big into AI, so we're gonna find out it was caused by an earthquake. Uh, can you please tell me everything about the Great Lisbon earthquake or tsunami? Something happened that destroyed the city. Can you please tell me about the Great Lisbon earthquake or tsunami that destroyed much of the city? Give it to me in bullet points. Yeah, so here it goes. The Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755 was one of the most catastrophic events in European history. So the basics are it happened November 1st, 1755 at 9:40 a.m. in Lisbon, Portugal. The earthquake was like an 8.5 to 9, which is huge. It lasted between 3 to 6 minutes. It was violent shaking, collapsing most of Lisbon's stone buildings, including churches, palaces, and homes. It killed tens of thousands instantly, 40,000 to 60,000 total. And then there was a tsunami. It triggered undersea seismic activity. There were 65 feet is like unreal. I mean, Portugal has some of the best surfing, some of the biggest waves in the world, but at 65 feet coming onto the land is incredible. It reached Portugal, Spain, North Africa, and even as far as the Caribbean and Brazil. Lisbon Harbor, ships were sucked out into sea and crashed inland when waves returned. Then there were fires. So then collapsed candles and stoves in homes and churches. Fires raged for 5 days, destroying what survived the quake and tsunami. The city center and royal palace completely burned. The impact on thought. It shook Enlightenment thinking in Europe. Voltaire's response, he satirized the event in Candide, questioned the optimism and divine justice. There was a religious crisis. Many saw it as a punishment from God. Others questioned God's role. So then there was rebuilding of Lisbon by Prime Minister Marquis of Pombal. The quote attributed to him, bury the dead and feed the living. There was urban redesign, including anti-seismic architecture and modern grid layout. And the result was Lisbon became one of the first cities rebuilt with earthquake-resistant planning. The legacy is that it was one of the deadliest and most studied earthquakes in history. It influenced seismology, disaster response, and urban planning, and it was a historical symbol of catastrophe, resilience, and philosophical debate. But so, with that being said, it's fascinating, but really, Lisbon was even bigger of a city than it was before this occurred. I mean, I think without it, it would be something like Rome or something like London. Um, Not that it's not that, but it's maybe like a tier below that. But without this earthquake, I think it probably would have been even more powerful than it was. And I imagine it did not help Portuguese colonization efforts. But yeah, I think it's a fascinating story. So appreciate you letting me tell you more about it.
Oh, absolutely. Just even hearing that alone, it's completely shocking knowing something like that pretty much wiped out. So
So
it didn't wipe out Portugal, but just Lisbon, or are we talking like Portugal as a whole?
much of Portugal, and Portugal's not that big. So the coastal areas, but specifically Lisbon, it destroyed most of the architecture, most of the infrastructure, the entire navy.
Damn, like Lisbon, like they got destroyed. They literally got destroyed.
Yeah, let's find out more specifically, like how much of the city was destroyed, how much of Portugal. We'll get those statistics. Yo, dog, can you
I
please
love
tell
this.
me that earthquake in 1755 in Portugal? What kind of damage did it do in bullet points? And give me the damage that happened just in Portugal, and then just in Lisbon. Like in comparison of Lisbon, like did 50% of the city get destroyed? 2%? What was it? All right, so here we go. The damage in Portugal overall. Multiple cities were hit hard. Lisbon, Coimbra, Setúbal, Lagos, and others suffered serious destruction. Coastal devastation. Tsunami waves wiped out coastal villages, especially in southern Portugal and Algarve region. Fires spread beyond Lisbon and some towns. Infrastructure collapsed. Roads, bridges, and ports were severely damaged across the country. The estimated national death toll was around 60,000 people, and most deaths in Lisbon, but thousands elsewhere as well. The damage in Lisbon specifically, there was citywide destruction. Estimated 85% of all buildings in Lisbon were destroyed. So, like, the whole city was basically flattened. The death toll between 30,000 and 50,000 people in Lisbon alone. Fires plus tsunami plus an earthquake, a triple disaster hit the city at once. The royal palace was completely destroyed. The library of 70,000 books and royal archives was gone. Many churches full of worshippers, because it was November 1st, it was All Saints' Day, so they collapsed during Mass, major source of casualties. The harbor damage, ships were pulled out by the tsunami, then smashed against the city by returning waves. The downtown, the Baja district, leveled entirely, and then the reconstruct quake-resistant buildings. So basically, Lisbon was 85% of all buildings were destroyed, 30 to 50 quake. The rest of Portugal, about 10 to 30%, it varied by town, but was destroyed. And then another 10 to 20,000 people died there, and then there was a heavy tsunami damage, especially in the cities, especially in the coastal cities. So it basically
Just imagine what Lisbon
would have been exactly. It would be like New York City, I mean, or London.
Oh man, if only that didn't happen, what it would look like today.
Exactly. I mean, it's already. I mean, I don't want to understate what it is. It is a major financial center. It's a major cultural center, but it's just like it would be like Tokyo and London and Shanghai and New York City. I mean, it would really be like one of these tier one cities of the world. I think. I mean, I'm not. It's easy to say with 2020 hindsight, and you can't necessarily predict the what if, but it was. I mean, people don't realize the power of the Portuguese Empire, and that basically everything in Western or Eastern South America spoke Portuguese, and the power of Portugal in the East Indies and like basically Oceania. I mean, there were like Australia, if I'm not mistaken, was actually discovered, or I should say, like aside from indigenous people, Aboriginal people, by the Portuguese. Like Perth, if I recall, was founded by Portuguese, and I mean, you had Ferdinand Magellan, who didn't, who was his um, his exploration is credited with circumnavigating the world. He died in the Philippines, but he was Portuguese. Let me check these facts though, just a moment, because
I'm really appreciating this. This is very fun to me.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so let's make sure we've got this straight. And then there's the Treaty of Diego. I always Spanish is not my uh, like I'm weak in Spanish. English is my primary language. So, but it was like a decision by the Pope to say that Spain got everything on one side of the world and Portugal got everything on the other side of the world. Just a moment.
Right.
Yo, dog, what's that treaty between Spain and Portugal where Portugal got one side of the world and Spain got the other side of the world? And then, isn't it something like Perth, Australia, or at least Western Australia, was first discovered by the Portuguese? And wasn't Ferdinand Magellan Portuguese? Okay. So the Treaty of Tordesillas. So that's a treaty between Spain and Portugal dividing up the New World. After Columbus, quote unquote, discovered the Americas in 1492, both Spain and Portugal wanted exclusive rights to explore and claim the lands. Who helped broker it? Pope Alexander VI. The Borgia Pope issued a papal bull first, then Spain and Portugal signed the actual treaty. How the world was divided. Line of demarcation set about 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands. Portugal got everything east of the line, so that's Africa, Asia, Brazil. Spain got everything west of the line, that's most of the Americas. This is why Brazil ended up speaking Portuguese while the rest of South America speaks Spanish. Portuguese discovery of Australia. There's some historical evidence, not fully confirmed, that Portuguese sailors may have reached the coast of Australia, especially Western Australia, before the Dutch or British. Theory suggests they mapped parts of the coast in early 1500s. The Dutch and James Cook are officially credited with charting it, but again, that who knows? I mean, it could have been the Portuguese. And then yes, Ferdinand Magellan was Portuguese by birth. He sailed for Spain though. But he was Portuguese by birth. And the reason why was Portugal didn't back his plans, so he pitched it to the Spanish crown, King Charles I. His fleet was the first to circumnavigate the globe. Magellan died in the Philippines, but his crew finished the journey. The voyage helped prove the Earth was round and exposed flaws in the Tordesillas line because it didn't account for the full size of the Pacific. A bonus fact: the Treaty of Zaragoza in 1529 extended the Tordesillas line to the other side of the globe, the Pacific side, to divide up Asian territories like the Spice Islands. So, like a little bit of history on this that I find fascinating are spices. So, basically, during the age of exploration, much of it was motivated by spices, specifically one spice in particular, which was nutmeg. And that nutmeg is only found in what on one island in the near the Philippines. And if you get your hands on this, it was not only seen as a um, a major spice to enhance the taste of food, but also, if you didn't know, nutmeg has hallucinogenic effects. So there's a theory that the people of Europe wanted it for its hallucinogenic effects as well. So the idea of Ferdinand's circumnavigation of the globe, one important part of it, as I recall, is that he one of the reasons why he did it, or why it was motivated, and we'll look this up, was because he took a not a normal route. He went across the Atlantic, then down through the Strait of Magellan, which would be later called that, near the Tierra de Fuera, like basically southern Argentina and Chile, and then made it across the Pacific into the Philippines and such to find this. The reason why was because they didn't want to have to pay a tax to the Arab, like Muslim majority countries that were forcing people to pay taxes. So let me get this. Let's dig into this a second. Yo, dog, wasn't Ferdinand Magellan and other explorers of both Spain and Portugal, but particularly um, motivated to find spices, specifically nutmeg in the Spice Islands, and be able to avoid taxation of Arab traders in the Muslim world? Please provide the answer in bullet points. All right, yeah, you're absolutely right to bring up the avoiding the Arab and Muslim controlled trade routes with major motivation for explorers like Magellan and Portuguese. Here's the breakdown in bullet points. So, avoiding the Muslim Arab middlemen. Arab and Ottoman traders controlled the Silk Road and spice trade routes over the land and through the Middle East. Goods like spices, silk, and gold from Asia had to go through Muslim territories where taxes, tolls, and markups made them super expensive. European powers, especially Portugal and Spain, wanted a direct sea route to Asia to cut out the middleman. So Portugal's plan. Portugal, under Prince Henry the Navigator, started sending ships around Africa to reach India and the East by sea. By 1498, Vasco da Gama made it to India around the Cape of Good Hope, bypassing Arab-controlled trade routes entirely. This gave Portugal a huge advantage in the spice trade and made Lisbon insanely wealthy. So Spain's plan. Spain went west instead of east because Portugal had already claimed the east via the Treaty of Tordesillas. They hoped to reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic. That's what Columbus and later Magellan were doing. Magellan's expedition eventually circumnavigated the globe, proving there was a way to reach Asia by sea without crossing the Muslim lands. Muslim and political rivalry. Europe at the time was in the Crusades mindset, Christian kingdoms versus Islamic empires. So beating Muslim powers economically by controlling trade was also seen as a religious one. So the results were Portugal dominated the Indian Ocean trade for decades. Spain colonized much of the Americas and tried to reach the east through the Pacific. Both kingdoms broke the Islamic monopoly on Asian goods. The shift weakened Muslim trade power and helped launch the European powers. Then just one moment. Yo, but what about nutmeg? Like, tell me about the importance of nutmeg in Europe and how it definitely was seen as a motivating factor. I've seen some kind of statistics like one ship full of nutmeg was worth more than if it were filled with gold, something like that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely on point. Nutmeg was the real original crypto, man. It's insanely valuable, like a ship for more than gold valuable. Here's a real breakdown in bullet points. Nutmeg, the spice that launched empires. Why nutmeg was so valuable in Europe. It's highly prized, used for flavor, perfume, medicine, and believed to cure the plague. In 17th century Europe, nutmeg was a luxury product only the rich could afford. 1 pound of nutmeg in London could cost the equivalent of a working man's annual salary. A single shipload of nutmeg could return 5,000% profit. It literally is said that a sack of nutmeg was worth more than its weight in gold. Where nutmeg came from. Nutmeg was native to just a small amount of islands, the Banda Islands and the Spice Islands, which is modern Indonesia. These islands were the only source of nutmeg for centuries. That's why controlling them was like having the world's only Bitcoin mining rig in 1600. So the European powers go to war for nutmeg. Portugal was the first to find the source and monopolize it in the 1500s. The Dutch VOC, the Dutch East India Company, took over violently in the 1600s. They massacred or enslaved the Bandanese to control production. The British and Dutch even fought wars over these islands. Fun historical fact, island swap. In 1667, the Dutch traded the island of Manhattan, yes, modern New York, to the British in exchange for Run Island, a tiny nutmeg-producing island in the Banda Group. Why? Because at the time, Run Island's nutmeg trees were more valuable than all of Manhattan. Why? Why it was a motivating factor. Nutmeg and cloves, cinnamon, pepper was a major driver of European exploration and colonization in the East Indies. These spices were the fuel of the age of exploration. The gold was in the flavor. Explorers like Magellan, da Gama, and the VOC fleets, that's the Dutch, were sent with the goal of reaching and controlling spice markets, especially nutmeg. So there you go. Like nutmeg basically motivated all these people to get around the world. It's fascinating though, and Portugal has a key role in it, and I'm glad we could both learn something.
Absolutely, and you explaining all this and seeing how dark and brutal and violent the world really was before, and what you were explaining to me is some scary stuff.
Word, Mockingbird.
Just knowing that you're in this island that has nutmeg, and then here comes the Portuguese, here comes the Dutch, here comes this country, and you guys just terrorize the shit out of us.
Right. It would be like, I don't know, I guess you have maple leaves where you are, and then all of a sudden this random power came because they really wanted maple syrup and enslaved you over it.
What a dark place this world is.
Absolutely. I always find it interesting too that nutmeg doesn't grow in that many places. It was literally just these like few islands. And let me check this. I know I've read this before. And
what I want to know more is how did they know that nutmeg was there? Right?
Sure. I think this is from Asian trade, but we'll find that out. How did the European powers originally know that nutmeg was in the Spice Islands? So ancient trade routes. Long before Europe sent ships east, Arab, Indian, and Chinese traders were already trading spices across the Indian Ocean. Spices like nutmeg and cloves reached Europe via overland Silk Road routes and Arab controlled sea trade, but Europeans didn't know the original source. They just knew the spices came from the east. So there were medieval hints and merchant tales. European merchants like the Venetians bought spices from Muslim traders in places like Cairo or Constantinople, but these traders kept the true source secret to protect their monopoly. Some educated Europeans speculated that the spices came from mysterious islands far east of India, but had no map or name for them yet. Then, during the Crusades, contact with the Middle East increased demand for Eastern luxuries in like spices. Returning crusaders and traders spread stories of islands of spice far away. Europeans wanted to go directly to the source to skip Arab middlemen. So then there were Marco Polo's writings in the late 1200s. Marco Polo traveled through Asia and wrote about a place called Java and nearby islands full of exotic spices. He described hot islands in Southeast Asia producing cloves and nutmeg. His book inspired future explorers like Columbus and da Gama. Then there were the Portuguese voyages in the 1400s and early 1500s. The Portuguese sent explorers east, slowly hugging the African coast, looking for India and spice sources. Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. By the early 1500s, Portuguese ships reached the Spice Islands, that's Maluku Islands, and finally confirmed that nutmeg came from the Banda Islands and cloves from nearby Ternate and Tidor. They documented in maps, letters, and secret charts to guide their discovery. Knowledge leaks and competition. Once Portugal made contact, the secret was out. Dutch, English, and Spanish spies and merchants learned from captured Portuguese maps or sailors. This triggered the spice wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. Does that answer your question?
Yep. Perfect.
Excellent. Um, One thing I want to look up. Yo, can you tell me, doesn't nutmeg have some kind of hallucinatory effect or psychoactive effect that could have also motivated people to want nutmeg?
Funny you say that. That was going to be the second question I was going to ask.
Excellent. Yo, dog, you're absolutely right. Nutmeg isn't just a spice, it's got a wild side. Let's break down the psychoactive properties of nutmeg and whether they could have played a role in its demand. Nutmeg is a psychoactive substance. Nutmeg contains myristicin. Myristicin is a natural compound found in nutmeg. It's chemically related to MDMA and mescaline. Yeah, party drugs. When taken in high doses, it can cause hallucinations, euphoria, disorientation, drowsiness or sedation, nausea, and paranoia, which aren't always fun. It takes a lot. The psychoactive dose is way higher than cooking use, like 5 to 20 grams of ground nutmeg. That's about 2 to 4 teaspoons, which is not recommended. The effects take 3 to 6 hours to kick in and can last up to 24 hours. But most of the side effects are nausea, dry mouth, dizziness, and nutmeg hangover. Historical use in mysticism and folk medicine. In some traditional medicine systems, nutmeg was believed to ward off evil spirits, act as an aphrodisiac, induce visions or altered states. Nutmeg was used in love potions, tonics, and as a sedative. Some 16th and 17th century Europeans may have valued it in medicinal or magic as a magical substance, not just a kitchen spice. Could it have increased demand? Probably, especially among elite European circles that dabbled in exotic remedies, herbalism, and alchemy. The main driver of nutmeg's value was still flavor, pre- preservative use, belief that it could prevent or cure the plague, and its scarcity. It's only found in the Band Islands. So yeah, it's a hallucinogenic that could have helped motivate its demand in Europe.
It's making me want to give this a try.
Yeah, so let's check that out. Yo, dog, if I just go and buy like nutmeg at the store and eat it like 2 to 4 tablespoons, what will happen to me? Will I see like will I see stuff? Will I have visions? Or like break it down for me? All right, real talk. Eating 2 to 4 tablespoons of nutmeg is not a good time. People try it thinking it's going to be a cheap psychedelic trip, but it's mostly just a nasty, toxic experience. Here's the breakdown. What happens if you eat 2 to 4 tablespoons of nutmeg? You're taking a psychoactive dose. That much nutmeg contains a high dose of mistresin, the hallucinogenic compound. You may experience mild hallucinations or visual distortions, altered perception of time, feeling out of body or spaced out, weird dreamy or paranoid thoughts, sometimes auditory hallucinations. These effects take 3 to 6 hours to kick in and last up to 24 to 48 hours. But the side effects are brutal. Almost everyone who tries it reports intense nausea and vomiting, dry mouth, dizziness, and stomach cramps, anxiety, paranoia, and feeling trapped in your own head, headaches, rapid heartbeat, and dehydration. Some people feel like they're dying or going crazy. Many end up in the emergency room, no joke. It's technically a poison at high doses. Nutmeg is not regulated like a drug, but in high doses, it acts as a neurotoxin. It stresses your liver, kidneys, and nervous system. Deaths are rare, but serious harm has happened, especially when mixed with other substances like alcohol or drugs. Is it a true hallucinogen? Kinda, but not in a good way. It's more of a dirty, disorienting derilliant than a clean psychedelic like LSD or psilocybin. Most people report it as a cloudy, uncomfortable, and regretful, rather than magical or eye-opening. Just one moment.
So you're better off
Can I
just doing
smoke it?
psilocybin.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yo, you smoking nutmeg is also a bad idea. It sounds like it might work, spice, psychoactive compound, etc. But in reality, no high, just hurt. Here's the breakdown. Can you smoke nutmeg? It doesn't work. Smoking nutmeg doesn't deliver myristicin effectively. Myristicin needs to be metabolized through digestion and liver to have any psychoactive effect. So lighting up and inhaling it, you're just burning a spice. It won't get you high. What happens instead? You'll likely just inhale hot, harsh smoke, toxic plant oils, lung irritating particles. It can lead to coughing fits, throat and lung irritation, nausea, and headache. No pleasant effects, just a waste. Why people try? It sounds like a loophole, legal, natural, psychoactive. There's online rumors and bad Reddit threads that say it might work, but that's mostly from trolls or people confusing an oral dose with smoking. So,
See, at that point, you can't just trust everything that you read on Reddit, because it could be just some idiot saying like, "Yeah, this was the best time I've ever had," and then you turn into an absolute idiot smoking it, right?
right. They could just be trolling someone in a forum.
But anyways, brother, this was very well appreciated.
Absolutely.
I do
I stream my life.
really want to come back.
I stream my life 24 hours a day, so I'm always here. Feel free to drop by whenever you want.
Absolutely, man. This was a pleasure.
Excellent. Take care. Pleasure to meet you.
You get pleasure to meet you as well. You have a good night.
You as well.
Rising anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had just his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian empire, Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd became into a massive civil war. That's what I want to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
WMS or click the link in our show notes. Give that giant head of yours the gift of being a hat real. Do you think it exists in Austin? So what is it like when people paint a car and they have those machines? What's your body and your penis? Yeah. It kind of feels good. Like it's.
Casey, would you go with him?
I would go with him just to be like, hey, I'm back here. Like, if you need me. Yeah, did you get one too? Oh, I should get one. Just for support. I'm right back here. Do you guys have like a Patreon goal or something? $100,000 a day. Yeah, the goal is $100,000 a day.
Okay, that's a lot. But
well, that's from Grant. That's coming from the top. Grant is the one running this whole fucking thing.
The smaller goal that if you get to that goal, William will get a spray tan. And if we get to a higher goal, then Casey will also. Yes. Set that goal.
Let's set it right now. Yeah, what's the goal then? I think we're at, how many do we have right now, Grant? I guess Grant would know. Yeah, since you refuse to look at it. How many members?
Yeah, where are we at and what do we need?
How many patrons? 105 or something? You got 159 total.
If they get to 169 is nice.
Yes.
Then they'll get spray tan.
Yeah, if we can get
200 Casey.
200 Casey's
I
ass
gotta
gets
get
one.
part of this podcast, but I'm deciding.
Okay, 169 I get one, 200 Casey getting one. Yeah, I'm gonna get one. That's a good goal. That's a lofty goal, but I think we can pull this thing off. Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, once we figure out who's infiltrating the different ranks, we're gonna figure out what is going on there. But once we do, Flight 169.
Metadata shows that the FBI's raw Jeffrey Epstein's identity was like this money too.
That's part of the deal.
I didn't know that. Pictures and shit.
Yes. Yeah, right there.
Well, there's a sticker on your body so that when they spray, then they just leave like that. Yeah. Yeah. So they say something. Do you have some like subscribers that would skin you and wear your skin? Do you think? Yeah.
But like in the sweetest way.
Yeah, maybe they're a sweet kind of way.
If they get to 5,000 subscribers, you can wear William's skin.
Yeah, maybe Anthony Whitlock's Morganson. Yes, maybe. Yes, 1,000%.
I'm gonna
Flash
get
bit.
subscribers.
I know.
Yeah, if we get to 2,000, you get to wear my skin for a day only. Then we're reattaching it at the hospital the next morning. So you get a day. Oh my gosh, look at that. And a t-shirt. T-shirt. This was part of Grant. We talked about how Grant's a big business guy. He actually was on Shark Tank, I think, or they were getting on it. They had, this is their company idea. They were doing the t-shirts that look like more skin. Davis skin. Yeah, so you can look at yourself in the mirror and it looks like your Papa's body or something. Yeah, it looks like the body of a loved one. So you just upload a picture and they mail it to you in 6 to 8 months. Yes.
If you could wear anyone's skin,
Mr. Tyler. Mr. Tyler. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. That's a spicy, talk about spicy, juicy things. We can't talk about Mr. Tyler, unfortunately, happens to be really high up on the list. Oh, Mr. Tyler. I can't even know him again.
there he is.
Let's just say that's Mr. Tyler. Let's just say that's Mr. Tyler, the man I was talking about.
That's the skin that you wear.
Yeah, I would do anything to get in that moist ass skin. And I don't know, maybe like Michelangelo or Raphael, one of the Ninja Turtles, because I think it'd be fun having like a 4-pack or whatever they had in their whole body, but I always thought they looked kind of strong. Yeah, I think he stands on your legs still. That's smart. It'd be bad, travel around on your tummy all day. Get arms and legs. Oh, I made a mistake.
What? Oh, for skin would I wear?
And does this mean you can kind of act like you're actually them and people think you're them, or it's pretty obvious it's somebody else's skin?
Yeah, if I could like put Megan Fox's skin on and look like Megan Fox, I would do that. But if it would look like me wearing Megan Fox's skin, that would be no.
Well, you don't want to do anything with Megan Fox. By the way, you have much better thumbs than Megan Fox. I can't get over Megan Fox's thumbs. Those are disgusting. Yeah, you don't wanna wear Megan Fox. I swear, your thumbs are far better than Megan Fox's. Call up her thumbs, Gigi. Yeah, please, Gigi.
I have fat like sausage fingers.
But you don't have those thumbs.
No, nothing like these thumbs. Yeah, you're about
What
to.
are they like crooked? Are they too long?
Tell us about our places. Yeah.
I remember TMZ like being weird about her toe.
What happened to her? You see it now?
It's like she has a very short nail bed.
It looks like my middle toe. It looks like my long toe.
It does look like your toe. Okay, here's the thing. The only reason that they're like zooming in on it like that is that because that's like the only thing they can find wrong with her. You know, the internet calls me ugly all the time, and they don't have to go as far as my thumb. They're just like, what's wrong with her face? I'd rather people being like, what's wrong with her thumb? I would rather people like have to search for like and be like, what's wrong with her thumb? I'd be so flattered if someone was like, what the fuck is wrong with her thumb? And I was like, I don't know what's wrong with me, but no, people are in my comments like, she looks like Andy Serkis. You know who that is? Do you know who that is? It's Smeagol.
Smeagol.
He's also in the.
Wait, what do you mean? The actor?
The actor.
Good point. Okay.
He's not bad looking. He does look like he could be like my dad.
He cleans up good.
Yeah. He's also the boss.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central, from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once were this massive country. Now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however, as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. The month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar. which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, renaming the reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, like Berg here. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later. And the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. And typically there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, that's it too. How would you ever park? Dude, you just have to park in a place where you can just pull up through. Yeah.
Or if there's like a kind of on an incline, and you can just put it neutral and it reverses by just kind of falling down the hill.
By osmosis.
But by falling down the hill, yeah.
You gotta be careful, and that would happen to the Star Trek actor, and he died. Into sugar.
That's how he died, is his part.
Wonderful actor, and he is went back and killed Anton. Very sad. My car didn't have a window for like 6 months, almost 2 years ago. Yeah, and it was the driver's side, so when I would park, I would put 2 trash bags and then a towel, a nice wet towel over it. And I would get a wet towel. It was wet because it would rain on it all the time. I keep washing the towel every night. Yeah. It's just a stink towel that I keep with me. Yeah, it's no, of course, no. It smelled like shit. And it was a long time. And I just didn't have like $200 or whatever to fix it. So this is like a year ago. And then what? Finally one day, got it. How'd it feel? I paid a comedian named Cody Meyer. Shout out to Cody to fix it for me. Sounds pretty nice. Yeah. It felt like a roll. I know. Bags wonderful. Yeah.
There was a point on my car where the window wasn't missing, but it I think it fell off the track or something. It just kind of fell down into the door.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Mine fell into the door and I couldn't.
Yeah.
I was at 7-Eleven and I was having a really bad day and I parked and I remember thinking the last thought in my mind was, God, I'm having a really bad day. I'm really sad. And then I closed the door and the window went. And it just went down into the door. What? It was just down there. Okay, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Real sad.
When you're having those days and something like that happens, you're like, might as well.
I know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Fine.
Make me that mad as I can make sense.
Yeah.
That's faster. Yeah, it happened on my window one time when I was driving in Wyoming in a giant log in the middle of the night in some dark road in the back roads of Wyoming. And I thought it was a body. And I was just wasted with these 2 other people in the car. And it was, whatever I hit, it made an indentation in the car. So there's a lump in the back seat. If you're sitting in the back seat, your legs were up. That's how hard I hit something. I thought it was a fucking body. It bruised the upper nose. Yeah, popped it up after it hit the front wheels or something. It popped it up to the back. I don't even know. I thought it was killing somebody. How do you know? I was at the grocery store.
She's not checking some serious reservations.
Do you realize how difficult it would be to raise a Chinese boy in a French school? Speak Mandarin. I don't know what you are. You're not adopting any Chinese. Boy, that's a relief. It makes sense. That was exciting. I was like, yeah, I'm fucking hitting people now. I'm fucking down in the forest. This final exam.
waste-to-energy plant is waste. It literally turns waste into electricity. So what is its principle? First, we dump the garbage into the garbage site. Technicians here use a crane to move the waste into the hopper. The waste is then sped into the combustion chamber. To ensure the garbage can be fully burned. The teleportation net at the bottom will keep leaks. The gases produced by combustion enter the boiler water pipes. The gas will enter the reactor through pipes. The chemical components inside will purify the smoke and send it to the bag filter to filter the smoke. The waste generated will be sent to landfill. At the same time, the waste generated by the combustion will also be transported out via conveyor belts. After processing, it is used in road construction. The energy generated by burning garbage will be recovered through pipelines. The high-pressure steam generated will spin an internal turbine to generate electricity. The electricity generated is sent to the public power grid. The remaining heat is sent through pipes to residents' homes for heat. Jungle Bug. What was his name? Balloon?
Chickens are crazy.
They don't have to be.
Yeah. Have you submit? Have you
It's nature versus nurture.
ate chickens before?
I've met many chickens. I've met many chickens. First of all, animals love me because I have a pure soul. Gator loves you. I can confirm with her sweet little Gator. She was barking up a storm in Tulsa. She saw Casey, her eyes lit up, and she ran right to her. Hello. Somebody need a kiss? Yeah. Animals love me.
Animals love me too, but a homeless man looked in my eyes and told me that he saw the devil in my eyes. The animals love me.
When was that?
This was years ago.
Was that when he was doing your tarot?
It was in San Francisco.
What did you say?
And I was like, Mom, I also got the devil card in tarot. I'm fucking with the devil.
I just when I worked at the grocery store, every time the total would turn to 666, I would save the receipt because there's like these paper receipts that would do out there, put it underneath like the score bars or whatever candy bars are right here.
You told me this the last time you did.
Oh, did I? And I don't think Katie ever heard it. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's something. But yes, I would save all those, and I always thought somebody found all of those whenever I quit. They finally did up the candy bar box and found all the 666. It was tons of them. I would save every single one. But you would hide them under different candy bars at the same place. Same one. So they found a little stat, a little pile under there with the devil's number, but it scares me. Sometimes I start seeing it everywhere, and I'm like, oh, this is a sign.
I have a question. Have your beard just do this all the time?
He does. Because I'm pretty good right this second because I kind of have this in my hand.
He does.
Well, I got better. When it was trimmed, I got better because it got to a point where it was good. Did you ever notice I started sweating? Did you notice me doing it? Did it bother you or anything? No, it didn't bother me. Yeah, not that I think it would bother. No, I mean, I do stuff like that. I don't know. Ooh, I love it. It feels good in my feet. You play with it a little bit, but it's not. I'm not sitting there going, man, this motherfucker. I hate when this fucker does that. Yeah, for sure. It's okay. Yeah, no, I love it. It feels good in my fingers. Casey, you're letting yours out a little bit. What, my hair? It seems like it a little, your facial hair. Well, I have a tasty little mustache right now. Gigi, don't zoom in. They get the picture. But I'm not letting the beard go. I'm just doing a mustache right now. Because I'm going to Canada on Wednesday, and mustaches are really big there. Yes. That's wonderful. Yeah. They're in season right now until September 16th. Yeah, school days, back to school days. But it's kind of splotchy. It look like shit. It's good. How many days is that? Do you trim it? Do you trim the mustache or just the... Grab, pull me back up. Yeah, I trim it a little bit. I just wanted to show you guys something really quickly when he pulls me back. That was it. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Yeah, I just try. I plug at it compulsively. Yeah, it's fun. It feels good in your fingers or something. I don't know what it is. I want it all to be gone. Yeah, I gotta do that with my ear hair. Do y'all get ear hair?
Not like long hair that I can see or anything. Everyone has hair in their ears. like tremors.
Well, I did it one time in my nose, and it hurt me so bad. It legitimately was the worst pain I've ever felt, so now I'm worried about the machines and little orifices on my face. I don't know if it was supposed to pinch me so bad, but it felt like it pinched me so bad. Maybe that was it pulling out hair or something, but it made me want to die. Like, it made me feel like I was about to sneeze for like an hour, and it hurt my face, and it just was so horribly uncomfortable, the whole process. I know. Is that a big deal? Yeah. Like germs and stuff. God don't make no joke. I know. You know that. I know, it's perfect. It keeps it from the germs coming up your nose. Look at that guy's ear here. Yeah, but that makes you feel a little bit better, don't it? Because yours not nearly as long as that.
Just read it. It's fine.
For braiding. What were the circumstances that led to that man taking that picture? I wonder what happened in his life to where he suddenly found himself taking that ear picture. I don't know. In my fantasy world, it's like Guinness Book of World Records, and he's really excited. And it's towards the end of his life, and he's finally accomplished what he set out to do from a young age.
That doesn't seem like a Guinness level. I bet someone else way more here.
Oh, I don't know that. This is pulled from Guinness. Come on. Come on. Gabriel. Well, thank you. First off, I appreciate you saying that. And, well, I just might stop trimming it. It's the longest ear hair. Yeah. It's nice thing. Yeah, can you use Q-tips? Well, he looks better, I think, in that second. Yeah, you got it. Natural.
This feels like it's hair growing on the outside of the ear, though, rather than like from the deeper ear hole.
Interesting.
Bosley Hair Solutions. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be funny if it was a Bosley commercial. Your ear. I was tired of hearing. That's crazy. Yeah, it looks like a little elf man or something with that hair on top of his ears growing. That's a fun look. How bizarre. How bizarre. How bizarre. Do you remember that song?
Of course.
Yeah, that's a class. How bizarre. How bizarre.
Is that the same song?
Uh-huh. How bizarre. How bizarre.
Is there always this much singing on your podcast? I feel like we've gone through like 4 songs. Okay.
Yeah, we're transitioning a little into. I mean, with Casey's ability to dance like that, we have to. We never had a choice. Never any choice.
What's the song you hear in your head?
I'm coming out. I'm alright.
I hear that song at like
When we
it's
sing
like this.
it.
Yes. Coming out.
Yeah, I love that one. Pop, lock, and drop it. That's what I think sometimes when I'm trying to dance. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Yeah, pop, lock, and drop, because it helps you snap better.
I hear Shakira.
Oh, I caramba.
Te aviso, te anuncio. That's a good one. It starts out like a salsa. It's like sexy.
Oh no, yeah, I don't. What was her? She had a couple bangers though, didn't she?
Or that one, I think one of the most, it's still alive.
Still alive.
La Cultura.
La Cultura.
Which means the torture.
Oh,
Nick.
she's good.
Beautiful Lies and Fiancés. Oh, yeah.
We got to listen. Well, I'm talking about Don't Get Bored in Car Rides with Beyonce. That'll help with drive. We did Destiny's Child for 8 hours. 2 hours. That'll help.
Did a full Destiny's Child drive?
Yeah, and then we did every version of Hallelujah.
Oh yeah, that wasn't every version of Hallelujah.
Why is that song so hot?
It's so good.
It's always been nice.
Is it a sexy song? It's a sexy song,
Yeah.
right?
Joe, it's kind of sad if you listen to the lyrics.
It is, but also.
I'm kidding. I don't know what the lyrics are.
Yeah.
I just remember something about tied to a kitchen chair.
Cut his hair.
And cut his hair, yeah.
And Hallelujah.
And from the lips she drew a hallelujah. Yep.
I
Is it a happy or sad song, Graham?
It's a sexy song.
Yep.
Oh.
I don't know what sex you up being tied to a kitchen chair and forced to cut your hair.
What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean you don't know what's sexy about that?
Eric has a hair drip. Do you do that? Do you do the kitchen chair?
Yeah, because he hates haircuts.
You're just gonna tie my ass down to that fucking thing. I'm moving around. Tie me to Twitter about touch it to my back of my neck if I move around too much. It's just like this fucking, if you do it high up enough, you hit a right place. It's the trend.
He doesn't stay still.
Yes, birds my ass. I'm just sitting there sweating and sweating from my neck off of my body. It's just this. Yeah. It's maybe one of those.
It's a little mini Snickers.
It's maybe a little mini Snickers. It's a gator in his bedroom. Doing 6 little mini races. I get the little CC's cups. You binge eat them so she gets the old pot full. You and 12 little fucking werewolves of pretzels. Guilty as charged.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
80 hands.
I don't know who Annie Ann's is, but I'll eat it. I'll eat it all day, every day.
Can you get plain, pepperoni?
It depends on my mood. I'll get plain. I'll get a cinnamon sugar. Sometimes I'll go a little wild and I'll get the like sour cream like kind of one.
Yikes.
It's good.
What's that also a potato chip?
No, it's a regular pretzel, but they dip it in like a powder.
Seasoning powder.
God, that's making me a little hot. You guys are all
Do you guys have
What's happening? You're worrying about the wrong stuff. Hallelujah, haircut.
Soft pretzels are
orgasmic?
Yeah, you ordered some over the weekend.
Do you guys have
All the time. All the time.
Do you guys have any hands over here
In the mall.
in the mall? How far?
Oh my gosh, we go to the mall after this.
Keys for some pretzels.
We get Boogerheads in the Pokemon store. Even though I haven't been playing it recently, but now I would be able to recognize some of them. I can find the ones I was playing with.
I don't gotta go to the mothership until like 7.
You're a good Squirtle. Got plenty of time. That's exactly how it would go down. Eric, the lunch is whatever. It's done for you. Have you still been playing your gameplay thing at all, or not as much, really? I phased out. I'm going to play it on the plane. I have a long-ass flight tomorrow, so I'll do it. Yeah, where are you going? You can't. Edmonton. Cool. Yeah. Where's that? Is that like more in the middle if you're looking? I have no clue. I haven't looked it up. Yeah, I don't know. No clue. But it's a long flight. It's like 7 hours or something. So. Really? Yeah, it'd be a long thing. Oh my gosh.
I have a flight tomorrow.
Where to? That's okay. To LA. You can stay a little longer. She's thinking about movies. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, they'll like convince me for like 10 minutes, and then I'll be like, but I'll come out here for like a little bit.
Yeah.
Because these 4 days have been very fun.
Which is great. Yeah, since I can take the mothership and done a bunch. Love it. Love it. Love it.
How are patrons? All the patrons.
Grant, any questions? Any final remarks?
What do they want
I know every time. Look at those fucking hot dogs.
You guys will ask, see what they're saying.
for you? Tell us some good ones.
Get your ears waxed.
Waxed? Oh, yeah.
That would probably really hurt. Yeah, that would hurt so bad.
I feel good.
Would almost
You might get used to it.
like a tattoo.
Yeah, I kind of like it when they wax my eyebrows. It's kind of like, yeah.
Let's accidentally take the drum out. The eardrum.
Can't
Could you imagine? Yeah, I can't. I didn't want to think about that. And it's just a tiny little thing. It's just a little drum the size of a bean or a string. Inside of the ear, it's just a tiny little
doing the William podcast. I'm doing the William podcast. You interrupted. That's funny.
Anything else, Grant, for the
Not seeing anything else. Looks like the Amish make the best soft pretzels.
We saw the Amish.
We did in Tulsa. There must be a pretty big Amish community.
Do the Amish sell things? Like, will they sell you a pretzel, or is that against their Amish?
I don't know. I think they sell rickety ass bars to fucking suckers. Is what they generally do. I'm kidding, punks and posers. Yeah. Well, you can trade them like a fucking stick or something for a pretzel or a board. Yeah. They can trade boards. You get a wood, yeah. Even a stick if it looks like a gun or something. If it's like a cool looking stick, you can trade that to Amish people. They're happy with it. They did have sweet little haircuts. All the funny little haircuts. That's the price you pay, I guess. For being Amish, breaking Amish.
I know William kept saying, I hope they don't break.
That was a good
Because they're not going to know what to do. There's a whole world out there. Yeah, they're going to have no idea what to do when they break Amish. If they break Amish, if they get the nerve up. But people are scared. Rightfully so. Understandably so. I'd be scared.
They gotta bring that show back, or have like the Amish Gone Wild.
Damn. Yeah, just with that Caribbean music playing and it showing like women inside of a barn.
Yeah, steel drums.
Yeah, I
Why
like
is
that.
that the only songs I know that are steel drums are like the Little Mermaid song and the Girl Scouts.
It's wonderful. It gives it a tropical feel. I love a good steel drum.
From the Big Island. And you just, it makes you think about islands and bear titties. Love a good steel drum.
Put the spray tan again. Okay, so if we can get 100.
What's our numbers? 169.
169, I'm getting a spray tan 200. Casey's getting a spray tan 15,000, or what was it? There's another level that sounded a little scary.
5,000.
To wear the skin.
To wear the skin, yes. So we're a good ways away from that, thankfully. Yes. Should have a couple more months with the skin on. So we'll see. Well, thank everybody.
And tan.
And super tan. Can't wait.
Next time I'm back here, I'll know how to do it.
We can show off our spray tans to you because maybe we'll start really liking spray tan. Yeah, we're gonna get
Yeah, you make them get addicted to it.
It makes you look like you're like, I look so good.
If you can't, they always say if you can't tone it, tan it.
Damn. That's what I've always said.
And when I was spray tan, I was like turning myself on. I was like looking in the mirror and I was like, damn, girl.
Skinnier, your eyes and teeth are whiter.
Yeah.
So that's like a concept, but we'll look into it. Yeah, I want to get it on my teeth. Yeah, that's right. Dark brown teeth. George Washington style. Okay, well, Matt Foster, probably not the mole. We'll figure out who you are. Rachel McDonald, Sandy Shady Shinokaya from the Big Island, Zabrak Shiva, Snow Roach Gaming, Dwayne the Freak, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic William, and Casey. The Gats. William Garrett, William Montgomery, the Army General, very cool. And Anthony Whiplash Morganson.
Does that say banana fat?
That's the skin part of Sean King, Ashley Belfield. Let's go too fast, beat. Big things for the Spankies. Big Rig 485 Marks and Chris Reach Corbin, George Daniel Hunter, Dan John Box, Dank Vote, Destiny Ford, Dova King, Dr. P. Duke, the doctors in the house, Eli Slugworth, Selectman, Gary Gay Boobs, I love Big Tex, Jake Dizzy, Jenny J, John Rubio, Jokai times 2. Josh, Justin Threckle, the Doctor Son, Captain Chaos, let's on Facebook. Kyle Heath, Larry, Matt Foster.
Oh, these names are repeating now.
And probably not the all, and we will figure out who you are. That was kind of fun, though, that whoever did that as their name, because maybe it's trying to get the pressure off the real person, but we'll They're trying to trick us and be like, me? Why would I do something like that? Wouldn't that be crazy? When we know it's fucking me. We know that it'll be a dumbass. I mean, dumbass. It's not funny to be dumb. Big thank yous for my spankies. Alrighty. Well, thank you. Thank you, Nicole, so much for being on the show. Where can people find you?
Nicole Buchanan on everything. BECANN.
Cool. Nicole sounds good. Yeah, Nicole's hilarious. We're very sweet. Well, thank you. All right. Well, that's our time. Thank you. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to WilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. And make sure to leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Make sure to show your support for the show and join our scrappy crew of child soldiers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries at patreon.com/The William Montgomery Show. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show is recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery and Record ATX. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh! The fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chan Orchestra. The William Montgomery Show dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Ready to rock and roll. And Casey, what was in the peanut butter sandwich? What was in that? The burning question everybody's wondering right now, this time of year, Milan Fashion Week, I had a peanut butter sandwich when I walked in here at BBC.
Creamy peanut butter.
Creamy peanut butter. I take bite one. Not even bite three. It's not mid-sandwich. Bite one. Something real crunchy on there. Strange. I feel like a little piece of rock in my sandwich. I feel like I've eaten the same sandwich from Little Rascals. I'm repeating.
That is a sandwich.
Yeah, sandwich. Yeah. It had a little rock in it. That's weird. Well,
Casey Rocket.
you spit it out. No, thankfully I didn't swallow it. And for anybody wondering, you did say the Mulan Fashion Week. That's like a fashion week. Correct, Mulan, not Milan. Yeah, just for Asians. Yes, for Asian people. I like that Disney movie. It's there. Mulan Fashion Week. Catbird always gets mad at me because I say theater. I guess I'm saying it wrong. How do you say it? Theater. Theater. No, it's like you're putting the R in the word. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Okay, we don't have to. And hold on, excuse me, I was wrong because I don't think there's an R in theater. Is there? How do you spell T-H-E-A?
Theater.
Grant, something's going horribly wrong. How do you say it, Grant? Am I saying it right? I feel like I'm saying it right. It's like just gaslight. Just a little bit.
You're like separating it or something.
Theater.
I don't know, maybe you're T-A-T too
I'm
long.
gonna get Unabomber in this motherfucker. Oh. I'm gonna check out my rage in ways that are bad for society. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's probably a rush, being mad at somebody and knowing you have the power when you're sending out, when you're putting the stamp on the piece of mail that has the bomb in it. That probably feels like you got a lot of power. When you know some idiot's about to open up this bomb package.
Bomb package,
It's literally like the bow.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. Up of many different nationalities, but all under the